We'll start off by pumping some iron. Won't we? Get up those guns. Can't take on bigger chads and cheaters without guns. The arm type. Totally oops, there we go. Yep. Chicken wing for arms, isn't he? Feel the burn. Felt it too much. Felt the burn too much. I'm going to try again. 10 out of 10 this time, baby. Yeah. All those guns. Ooh. Oh no! Yeah, he needs to drink more milk, doesn't he? Bruh. Try again. Uh-oh. We're not going to get any guns now. I swear to God, it's the pilgrim on my back. That's I'm losing valuable time. The Christmas event finishes today. We're going to get some baubles. How many baubles do I need? Quick, silly thing. And that orange. 7 more orange. Right. Let's run out there. Some tunes going for us. See if this works a bit better today. Did it capture that again? Let's Don't be shy to tell me if you're near my cooler. Van running fixed next to me. My kid did try to set up a little noise gate on here.
My son, ask for thyself another kingdom, for that which I leave is too small for thee.
Just got into 30s. It's such a long grind when you do PvP. I'm only going to 25. A bit of a slow fall from that. Let's go get these forwards. Change the proxy me from the enterprise. This one enterprise in there. Oh, look. Oops.
Ну-ка за мной все!
Поднялся.
he said he followed me.
Опачки.
Зачем, блядь, чё?
Ну что, неплохой...
Operate after the fact and can discover the activity only after it has occurred, like IDC, intrusion detection system, secret camera. I want to use secret camera as detective. So I will not tell you that you are under surveillance. I will put it in a hidden fashion because now I want to use it as a detective control. Yeah, that's all. Their idea is intrusion detection system. They are detective controls. Then comes the corrective and recovery. I'll take it together. But before that, I'll cover compensating first, and then collective and recovery together. Now, what is compensating control? Yeah. Compensating controls. So compensating controls, folks, I mean, these controls are deployed to provide various options. Yeah, various options. Yes, it is. Various options. So there's a question. Is IDS detective? Yes, as the name suggests. Intrusion detective system or control. Now it just detects. It doesn't prevent. Your IPS prevents. But IDS only detects and logs. Okay. Back traffic log. Attack log. Yeah, that's why detective. Okay. Now compensating. Compensating controls, folks, you can understand in two ways. These are the controls which are put in addition to an existing one. All right. These are the controls which are put in additional to the existing controls. Or they can be the controls which are put in the place of something missing. In the place of something missing. These are the controls which are put in additional to the existing one or in the place of something missing. Let me try to give examples for both the situations. Let's say an audit happens. An audit finding is that your data at rest is encrypted, which is fine, but data in transit is not encrypted. So it's an example of compensating controls which you will put in addition to existing one. What are the existing one? Existing one says I have the encryption for the data at rest. And my compensating controls will be like the encryption for the data in transit. Yeah? The data in transit. So point is, yeah, data in transit. So that will be my compensating controls, which are put in addition to the existing one. Existing one. And then I said another line, I'll come to that question. Another line, as I said, these are the controls which are put in the place of something missing. For example, you took some SaaS product, all right? You took some SaaS product, software as a service product, third-party service. But for some reasons, right? But for some reasons, MFA is not enabled. For some technical reason, and MFA, multi-factor authentications, cannot be enabled for that. Okay, now your MFA is missing. So your CISO, Chief Information Security Officer, comes to you and say that since MFA cannot be enabled, tell me how often do we change the password? You said, well, we change the password once in 3 months. He said, no. From now onwards, we will change it every, maybe every fortnight. Bi-weekly, we'll change it. So what are you doing? You're compensating the situation in which something is missing. What is missing? The main control. What is MFA? And you're trying to compensate that situation by putting some stuff. Right? So you're compensating that situation. Yeah. So these are the controls which are put in addition to the existing one or in the place of something missing. And that's compensating. Let me give you a question now. So here. System compensating. No, that's the policy. That's the policy, password policy. So quick question, is preventive controls are more useful than the detective control? Like, no. So folks, no, both are required. In many cases, both are required. I want to catch hold of thieves. I really want to see who the thieves are. I like to go for detection. I really want to know what are the violations, who is doing it. So it depends on the situation. Organization needs both. Organizations need both. Okay. So IDS really gives you a lot of insight, what's happening. Yeah. So you use together, you use it IPS and IDS, and then IDS for analysis purposes. Yeah. Many tools are used for analysis purposes. So it's putting wrong password twice and lock the system. No, it's not compensating controls. It's really not. If you want to see that, it's more of related. Yeah, it's more related to typically like your detection, what's happening. Who's putting this 3 times and it's still not. It's more of detection. Yeah. Who got locked out. So compensating, which are put in place of additional. These are additional in place to the existing ones. These are the controls which are put in addition to the existing one. Suppose you put controls to mitigate the risk, for example, but it hasn't come down. So you will put another round of controls. So those controls, so you have already existing controls now, you are putting more, then more. Until the time it has compensated the situation. Those are the compensators. So best way to understand is like put in, these are the controls which are put in addition to the existing ones, or in the place of something missing. Yeah, or in the place of something missing. That's the main point you can think of. Okay. Now comes to something called corrective and recovery controls. Is that clear, Vicky? I mean, did you understand what I said? I don't know. Are you clear on this? Not sure. Okay, perfect. No problem. So now let's understand corrective and recovery. Corrective controls, folks, they modify the environment to return system to normal after an unwanted or unauthorized activity has occurred. Well, they modify the environment to return system to normal after some unwanted or unauthorized activity took place. Okay. So it attempts to correct any problem that occurred as a result of a security incident. Corrective controls can be very simple, such as terminating malicious activity or rebooting the system altogether. They also include antivirus solution that can remove or at least quarantine a virus, backup and restore plans to ensure that lost data can be restored. Okay. So that's typically the corrective controls. Yeah. Those are typically the corrective controls. Blocking the UBS on the top of existing AD protection control. Yeah, in case your risk was still high and you want to put some more stuff in there to an existing ones. Yes. So corrective controls, please make a note of another thing, and it's important to be aware of. Corrective controls are also, it also means that these are temporary actions. These are temporary actions to react to the detection of an incident. So corrective actions, they are also corrective controls. They are also temporary action to react to the detection of an incident in order to reduce or eliminate the opportunity for that unwanted event. Yeah. So these are also the temporary quick actions to react to the detection of something. For example, an attacker is trying to break into your environment by brute forcing users, right? Brute forcing user credentials available on dark web. You have taken a third-party service, and they alert you for this, and vendor simply block the attacker from logging in. So they found something good for you. So these are the typical corrective actions, temporary actions quickly. Okay. Yeah, rate limiter is also there. Lowering the response with this, yes. Yes. These are typically corrective actions, temporary, quick. And they try to, otherwise, I also talk about the corrective, which means that they're simple also, but they also modify the environment to return the system to normal. So a couple of definitions for corrective controls, folks. Okay. And then comes recovery controls, the last one. What is recovery control? When you talk about a recovery control, folks, it's an extension of corrective controls only. It's an extension of corrective controls only, but have more advanced or complex abilities. More advanced and complex abilities. For example, of recovery controls, it could include fault-tolerant drives, RAID, RAID, redundant area of independent disk, virtual machine shadowing, clustering, server clustering, database of virtual machine shadowing, hot site, warm site, cold site, yeah, or alternate processing facilities. So these are typically the recovery controls, extension of corrective controls only, but with more advanced or complex abilities. That's the main stuff in here. So the top three categories, types of controls. Then bottom six, the functionality based. You can use those controls depending on what functionality you want out of those. Okay. Then next thing, folks, they've given some definition here. One liner, but I explain it more detail. Okay. Then what is SCA? Security Control Assessment. Okay, it's the formal evaluation of a security infrastructure, individual mechanism, against a baseline or let's say reliability expectations. Generally, this concept, an SCA, security assessment, the security assessment, control assessment, is a process implemented by federal agencies based on NIST publication 800-53A. Based on NIST publication, special publication 800-53A. Guide for, which is titled as Guide for Assessing the Control in Federal Information System. However, while defined as government process, the concept of evaluating and reliability and effectiveness of security control should be adopted by almost all the organizations, and that is committed to sustain
Ну что, неплохой
time we need 2 oranges. Tangerines. Okay? Pray for me. It's going to be homiletics before I pull the Christmas tree down the line. Co-op, Scav co-op. Anyone want to do Scav co-op? Hello? You want Scav co-op? Oh. I guess not.
maintaining a typical, a successful security endeavor. So though this SCA concept came from federal agency and then based on mispublication, but this concept goes in government, but all organizations must have this. They must assess the control and its effectiveness. Okay. Then comes folks something called just there. There's a team, there's too much in here. Risk monitoring, folks. Now, when you say risk monitoring, by effectively monitoring and measuring risk, organizations can proactively manage the risk environment, make informed decisions, and enhance their risk management strategies. So when you talk about these risk measurements, you have this risk register also. What is risk register? Repository, centralized repository of all your risks. Of all your risk, centralized repository. To document and track risk throughout the life of a project or within an organization. So it typically includes information about the identified risk and their potential impacts, likelihood, risk rating, mitigation strategy, ownership. So here, these could be like few things in there. Risk ID, but differs from organization to organization. Key risk indicator, KLIs. So this is typically a template. There says, okay, data breach, financial loss, IT department, this much. So as I said, this may differ from organization to organization. This is a part of organization to department. Okay. So what happens? When you say risk register, right? It is basically an organization's concept, organizational level. You may create at your department level because many departments say, no, we will create our own also. But finally, all the risks must be visible in a centralized repository, which is at the organization's level. Right, which is organization level. Risk ID typically got to be unique one at the organization's level. It's not that my department is different. So you may create a department for discussions at the department level, that's fine. But risk register is a centralized repository. Yeah. So it is typically at the organization's level. That's all. So you do not maintain the centralized repository at your department. You may create an Excel sheet to kind of deal with your department related risk, but at the end of the day, it must be visible. So when you raise the risk, it is raised in risk register. It must be visible or appear in risk register, which is at the organization's level. Okay. Then, reporting significant changes. See, and this is one of the reasons why you have risk boards. I'm sure you must be having risk boards at your department level, then at a domain level, then at the organization's level. So what happens when you, let's say I'm working on department A. I will just kind of, discuss this once it's done. We'll identify some risks. We'll discuss it amongst our team. Then these risks are also discussed at our domain level, means my domain level. Let's say I'm from retail banking, for example. I'm working for, let's say, department A and the retail bank. The department A, we identify, we discuss there. Then retail banking domain level it will discuss, then at the organization's level also. So reporting, that means at my level, we need to report to the department head and then domain head and then organization level. So that's okay. There's a question. Change control management needed to set thresholds. When these are significant changes, then risk discussed. Changes are discussed in risk and change management board. Yeah, change management. There, yes. So when you talk about the impact of the change are discussed. Yeah? Otherwise, risk is basically typically in your CAM, which is your change assessment board. There is something different. Of course, we discuss that particular change there. All the P1, P2, they must go to the human process of CAP. We'll call it CAP, CAD. Change Assessment Board or approval board. Generally, it's called approval board, change approval board. There you discuss, hey, I mean, if this is the change, this is a P1 change, what is the impact? When are we doing it? Why we are doing it? At what time? And then what are the controls we are making? What's your rollback strategy? So on and so forth. So those things are discussed at the change control. Yeah. But risk is a risk. Yeah. Approval board, yes. CAD, yeah. But risk is discussed at your risk board. We call it risk board. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay. And communication. So of course, I mean, folks, I mean, you need to communicate to the top world in case you found something changed in the risk, because today's major risk could be tomorrow's, or today's minor risk could be tomorrow's major risk. So anything you found something changed, you need to communicate. Yeah, that's how. Okay. KRI, KPIs. Now, what are these? KPIs, KRIs, key performance indicators, key risk indicators. Okay, so break. Okay, all right. Let's go for dinner break. Any question from it? Quite happy to take that. Few more things are left in this, so I think. Okay, another question then, folks. Let's go for this. It's sometimes it gets heavy. Now, just all about the light stuff, folks. We'll talk about threat modeling, very interesting one. How threats are kind of identified and then classified, and then we rank them. We'll talk about this. And also very informative stuff. Okay, you go for dinner break, folks, and we'll be back. So let me just take the dinner break. I'll be on mute. Thank you. So, what's KPIs and KRIs? KPIs basically these are the gauges and measurements an organization uses to understand how well individual businesses, units, or projects or companies are performing against their strategic goals. That's KPI. And what about the KRI? They are the key risk indicator. And as the name suggests, it says that it measures risk. And KRI are used by organizations to determine how much risk they are exposed to or how risky a particular venture or activity is. Now, relationship, if you see between the two, while KPI help organizations understand how well they are doing in their relation to the strategic plan, KRI help them understand the risk involved. The risk actually involved and the likelihood of not delivering good outcomes in the future. It means KRI are kind of flip side of the KPIs. For example, company might establish KPI to measure the IT performance, the IT system performance. And a complementary KRI could be like to track IT vulnerability to cyber attacks. A company might measure the staff engagement or staff satisfaction as an important KPI and monitor the likelihood of losing the key staff and the risk to their employer brand as KRI. So one talks about how we are doing currently, and one talks about the future risk, ongoing risk. What could be the risk? KRIs. Okay. And then risk reporting. Risk reporting is a key task to perform at the conclusion of a risk analysis. So risk reporting involves the production of a risk report and the presentation of that report to the interested or relevant parties. For many organizations, risk reporting is an internal concern, whereas other organizations may have regulations that mandate third-party or public reporting of the risk findings. So a risk report should be accurate, timely, comprehensive of the entire organization, and then clear and precise to support decisions making and updated on a regular basis. All right. Yeah, this continuous improvement. Now, what exactly is continuous? Okay, so the question. So, internal phishing test to find which employees are more risky and will check bad links. Yeah. Okay. Now, this continuous improvement, folks. See, risk analysis is performed to provide upper management with the details necessary to decide which risks should be mitigated, which should be avoided, and so on and so forth. And the result is a cost-benefit comparison between the expected cost of asset loss and the cost of deploying the safeguards. Vulnerabilities risk analysis identifies risk, quantifies impact of threats, and aids budgeting. And it really helps integrate the need and objectives of security policies with the organization's business goals and mission. So risk analysis, risk assessment is a point in time metric. Threats and vulnerability constantly change. And risk assessment needs to be redone periodically in order to support continuous improvement. Security always changing. Therefore, any implemented security solution requires updates and changes over time. If a continuous improvement path is not provided by a selected countermeasure, then it should be replaced with the one that offers scalable improvements to securities. Here, folks, it talks about some risk frameworks. Yeah, it talks about some risk frameworks. Next, it talks about ISO 31000, INISA. So, and there's another one which is typically, so let me just talk about this NIST. NIST has got NIST special publication 800-37. Yeah, NIST special publication 800-37. It's a framework that helps organizations manage risk in federal information. NIST special publication. NIST NIST special publication 800-37. It's a framework that helps organizations manage risk in federal information system. And what it has done, it has kind of, it replaces the traditional certifications and accreditation process with 6 steps risk management approach, right? With 6 steps risk management framework, RMF. And then this framework has been influential, not in the US federal government, but also in the private sector and globally. And those 6 steps under risk framework, under this NIST 37. Number 1 is categorize. Categorize. Now, what is categorize? Categorize basically, this step simply involves identifying the information system and determining its sensitivity level based on potential impact of compromise. The second one is, select control. After categorization, selection of the control, which is called select control. And these steps involves choosing security controls that are appropriate for a categorized system. And these controls can be drawn from a variety of sources like NIST publications or ISO or industry standards. Then implement those control. The third one. This step simply involves putting the selected controls into place. Once you do that, the next thing is like assessment of the control or assess control. This step simply involves evaluating the effectiveness of the implemented controls. This could be done through the variety of methods, such as vulnerability assessment, pen testing, and audits. Then once you've done the assessment, you create a report, which is called assessment report. And you pass on. Based on that assessment report, you do the next step is called authorize. This step simply involves making decision about whether the system is authorized for operations or not. I mean, do we accept that system or not? And once you've accepted the next step is called monitoring the controls. This step simply involves continuously monitoring the effectiveness of the controls and making adjustments as necessary. So this NIST, typically, when you talk about the NIST, NIST, special publication 800-37. Yeah, this is which gives 6 steps risk management framework. Then this is about ISO 31000. ISO 31000 came into being in 2018. It's an extension of 27002 series. 27000 series have got a lot of controls, but 31000 is specifically dedicated to risk management. It's a simple one. I mean, with the help of one row in Excel sheet, you can analyze the whole risk. So it came into being in 2018, extension of 27002, specifically dedicated to risk management. Then ENISA, originally established as a European Network Information Security Agency in 2004. It was permanently mandated and named by European Union Cybersecurity Act of 2019. Yeah, and it serves as a center of expertise for cybersecurity for European member states. So this typically talks about the risk framework, management or risk assessment framework. So it gives you around top 8 risks in cybersecurity world. Risk framework, folks, it differs from organizations to organizations. And generally, they do not adapt this framework as it is. They do not adopt it as it is. It simply takes care of, they basically customize it big time. Yeah, they customize it big time. So maybe, I mean, you may have your internal frameworks, which could be a combination of some aspect of NIST, some aspect of ISO, some aspect of somewhere else. and they came up with your own risk framework. But from CSSP, these are few risk frameworks. Okay. Some question. While conducting a risk assessment, the security team is prioritizing various factors. What was the most important consideration during this process? Yes. Because if evaluation was not proper, everything will be improper. Okay. So answer is A. Okay. Then comes up something called threat model. Now, threat modeling is the security process where potential threats are identified, categorized, and of course ranked. After categorization, they are analyzed and ranked. It could be performed as proactive measures during the design. And development of the system. What if we reactive, once is developed, but retrofit is always painful, folks. So generally, when you talk about the risk is about function of threats and vulnerabilities. So how do we identify those threats? How do we do the threat model? How do you find that this asset is it could be attacked or it could these are vulnerable to what threats? There's something we do. So in threat modeling. And these are the typical steps, folks. First one is identifying the threats, then categorizing, determining and diagramming potential threat, this part. These third and fourth steps goes. Yeah, this third and fourth step. These are doing alongside when you typically do this part. I'll talk about. So this part and this part are done alongside when we do this part. Focus on software. So once we identify, then we categorize, and then we rank, prioritize the threats. Let's understand how do we do it. So here, when you talk about this threat problem, the first thing first, identifications of threats. So there is an almost infinite possibilities. There is an almost infinite possibilities of threats. So it's important to use a structured approach to accurately identify relevant threats. For example, some organization may use one technique, maybe two or all three. The first one, I'll rather take it like focus on attacker, which is also known as attack centric. Some organizations are really able to identify potential attackers and can identify the threats they represent based on the attacker's goals. For example, a government is often able to identify potential attackers and recognize what the attacker wants to achieve. And they can then use this knowledge to identify, they can use this knowledge to identify and protect their relevant assets. Their relevant assets. Okay. But challenge with this approach is that new attackers can appear that were not previously considered a threat. Then there's something called focus on assets. The first one. Focus on assets, which are also known as asset centric. What is an asset? Anything that you are trying to protect. Anything which you are trying to protect is an asset in the context of threat modeling or risk. So this method uses asset valuation, results and attempts to identify threats to the valuable assets. For example, a specific asset can be evaluated to access controls, right? Can be evaluated to determine if it is susceptible to an attack. And if the asset, let's say, hosts data, the access control can be evaluated to identify threats that can bypass authentication or authorizations mechanism. That's one way. And then the last one is like typically focus on software. Focus on software. So what it says, when you say focus on software, it simply says establish a system structure first, and then identify relevant attack vectors on macro and micro level. And that's what I was saying. So when you specifically do the focused on software approach, when you specifically go for this, then you do this part, determining and diagramming the potential attacker at macro level and micro level. So what do? Then you understand the system at the macro level and micro level. At the macro level, when you talk about, you do this determining and diagramming. Yeah, you basically do the determining and diagramming. So when you do that, there you kind of, let's say, you understand the architecture of your system. All right, you understand the architecture of your system. Okay, there's a question. Assets and software centric are easier under their control. That is not more difficult. Yeah, so you understand, you take the, you understand the threats from those perspectives. What could be threats to your software? What could be threats to your system, your assets? That's why you do the threat modeling for. There are infinite numbers of threats that can happen. So what you do, you structure that. And these are three strategies. You can just, it could be attack centric, means think it from attacker's point of view. What they can do to your system. Yes, of course it is difficult, but that's how it is. Okay. So when you do the software, you first understand the software, your system at the macro level, all the components. Let's say there are 50 components, or let's say 20 components. For example, let's say there are web servers, app servers, database, some aspect on the cloud, or DNS server. There is another DNS server. So there are many components to understand and how they talk to each other. That's one. And after let's say 50, you realize that hey, these 10 are very, very important. So you understand this at the macro level by data flow diagram and all. And then comes the second thing, which is like a micro level. You understand these components at the micro level, bisections of each component. Then you talk about things like trust boundaries. At this level, you do the reduction analysis, trust boundaries. Now, what do you mean by trust boundaries here? Trust boundary, folks, is a term in computer science and security, which is used to describe a boundary where program, data, or execution changes its level of trust. So a trust boundary violation, it refers to the vulnerability where computer software trust the data that has not been validated before crossing a boundary. So how do we do this in real world? Let's say this is my cloud and my database is in here. This is public subnet. This is private. Now this is my on premises. How do I connect to this one trust boundary? From here to here, how do I go? Another trust boundary. From here, if at all I want to go outside work, how? Another trust boundary. So there's something
пожрать бы, конечно, вообще не помешало бы это.
There is supply one-handed.
Неплохой день, господа.
You do the mechanism and say, are we really secure? Are we really, I mean,
Нормас, нормас.
Here, how do I go?
Понятно.
captives from the chains, cast aside the doubt that nothing good can come their way again. Living in a world of lies, no matter how hard we try. Living life without a dream today. Looking through a mist of truth that we believe an elusive cloud. The things some crazy dream. Somebody please tell me that I'm dreaming. It's not easy to stop from screaming. The words escape me when I try to speak. Tense forward, why am I crying? After all, I'm not afraid of dying. Don't I believe that there never is an end?
scope, another trust boundary. From here, if at all I want to go outside work, how? Another trust boundary force. So there's something you do the mechanism and say, are we really secure? Are we really, doing it in a secure fashion? Are there any violations of the trust boundaries? So each component is kind of analyzed at the micro level. So that's how it is. So this part is done alongside when you specifically do focus on software. Now let's say you found out, few threats. Then you will categorize them. And you will use a technique called Stride, Microsoft Stride. So there you go. What you do the Stride technique for categorizing.
Brilliant, пацаны.
And Stride is an acronym. It's typically given by the Microsoft. It's a Microsoft technique. Yeah. So they developed this threat categorization scheme or technique, which is called Stride, and which is often used in relation to assess the threat against applications or operating system. However, it can also be used in other contexts also. So let's say Stride in here. It's an acronym, and it stands for spoofing. So you categorize the threats, you put in one of the categories. Please understand one thing. Not necessarily that one threat can only be categorized under one category. No, one threat can span over all, for example. Yeah. So let's understand what does each mean. Spoofing basically means an attack with the goal of gaining access to a target system through the use of falsified identity. And that can be, spoofing can be used against your internet protocol, IP address, MAC address, username, email address, and any other type of logical identification. And when attacker spoofs their identity as a valid or unauthorized or authorized entity, sorry, they are often able to bypass the filters and blockades against unauthorized access. And imagine once a spoofing attack and success is successful, then attacker has access to target systems, and subsequent attacks could be data theft, corruption of data, those attacks can be initiated. So you see that threat, you found out which category does it fit in, and you put that threat under that category. The second thing is like tampering. That's right. Tampering. Now, what do you mean by tampering? Any actions resulting in unauthorized changes or manipulation of data, whether in transit or in storage. Such effects are violations of integrity as well as availability. Then, repudiation. What is repudiation? Repudiation basically is the ability of the user or attacker to deny having performed an attack, an action, or activity. Often, attackers engage in repudiation attacks in order to maintain plausible deniability, so as not to be held accountable. So your system must have non-repudiation facility. Your system must have non-repudiation facility. Okay, that's the biggest thing in here. All right. Then comes information disclosure. The revelation, right? The revelation or distributions of private, confidential, or controlled information, to external or unauthorized entity. So this could include, this could simply include customer identity information, financials information, or proprietary business operations. Okay. Then DOS attack, denial of service attack. It's an attack that attempts to prevent authorized use of a resource. And that means availability is compromised. This can be done through fraud exploitation, connection traffic flooding. DOS attack does not necessarily result in full interruption force to a resource. It could instead reduce the throughput or introduce latency, which is slowness, in order to hamper the productive use of the resource. And then comes elevation of privilege. That means an attack where a limited user account is transformed to an account with greater privileges, power, and accesses. And this might be accomplished through theft or exploitation of the credentials of a higher level account, such as that of administrator or root. So with this technique, with this strike technique, we categorize different threats that we identified in the first step. Yeah? And then you put them in these categories. Each threat must come in these categories. It could be quite possible that one thread can span across one or two or maybe all. Now, once you have categorize. So you have identified, you have categorized. Now the next thing is like about ranking them, means prioritizing them. That comes through something called DRED. That comes through something called DRED. We talk about. So what happened, folks? Categorization wise, we use stride, and identifications we did asset centric or attacker centric or software centric. Now we need to understand the ranking, which one are more important than others, which are top one, which must be taken care of immediately. That's something we do prioritize. So basically, ranking or rating, okay, ranking or rating can be accomplished using a wide range of techniques, such as probability into damage potential. But you know what? It requires a lot of complex calculation. And in real world, we try to put high, medium, low kind of rating, which is a qualitative approach. And this is done through DRED rating. If you look at bread rating, DRED. Bread rating system is designed to provide a flexible rating solution. And this is based on answer to the 5 main questions about each thread. And what you do, you also give rating also, let's say between 1 to 5. Yeah, 1 to 5. And you ask these 5 questions and potentially maybe more questions for each thread that you identify. The first one is like damage potential. How severe is the damage likely to be if threat is realized? So maybe 1 to 5 we may give 3, depending on what we analyze. Reproducibility. How complicated it is for attackers to reproduce the exploit. Maybe I'll give 3 again, for example. Exploitability. How hard is it to perform the attacker? Maybe I'll say difficult, 4. And then affected users. Let's say affected user 0 to 10%, 1, 10 to 20%, 30, and so on and so forth. So I'll say maybe 3. Then discoverability. How hard is it for an attacker to discover the weakness? Then I'll say let's say 3. So behind the scene, all right, behind the scene, what we have done, we have also said that behind the scene, generally organizations do that. Their rating 1 to 5, yeah, will be low. 5 to 10, medium. 11 to 15, for example, high. So you take the addition of 10, 13, 14. So 14 is high. Similarly, you do this for all the threats you identify individually. All the threats you identify individually, deregulating. And then you can come up with a template like this. So an attacker obtains authentications credentials by monitoring the system. Data rating is this. It's high. It's again high. Injection of SQL commands. Another template. Another template. Just a few templates. So threat modeling, identification, categorization, and then prioritization. So the stride we use for categorization is another thing which is called pasta. Same stuff what we did, honestly, it does the whole thing, the name changes. So by using pasta, organizations can adopt a structured approach to threat model that not only identifies vulnerability but also ensures security strategies are aligned with business goals. So the steps, if you see, yeah, typically this is almost same. Yeah, almost same. Decompositions, threat analysis, risk this, attack modeling, but almost same. The name changes, but steps are almost same. So one way is like the way we talked about using stride and direct. Another one is pasta. Okay. And then comes another question. During the security workshop, a team is using the stride model to assess threats to their application. Which of the following is not an element of a stride in threat model? If you remember the acronym, else you need to remember that. Yes, it's not disclosure, it's information disclosure. Yeah. Okay. Then comes supply chain risk management, folks. That's something I think we already covered. That's something we already covered. Initially, that supply chain related stuff, vendor lock-in, vendor lockout, all the stuff. Yeah. Not disclosure, it's information. Yes, absolutely. That's why it's D. Yeah. Supply chain means typically. So what happens is applying risk-based management concept to the supply chain is a means to ensure a more robust and successful security strategy in organizations of all sizes. So supply chain is a concept that most computers, devices, and networks and systems are not built by a single entity. In fact, most of the companies we know as computer and equipment manufacturers, such as Dell, Cisco, Extreme, Network, Juniper, etc., many, Apple, generally perform the final assembly rather than manufacturing all of the individual components. So, a risk with them is like supply chain. So, what we can do, many things on that. Yeah. So, number one, that's what we talked about already. In my first of the classes, we talked about these. Yeah. We can basically do the mitigations by doing this. Yeah, SolarWinds supply chain was vulnerable, and the source code had the bad code injected this out of this. Absolutely. So the best option codes, the best options typically in mitigation is like we need to find out the capabilities of supply. Best part is find out certification of quality, any certification of quality if they can provide. That will be the best option that you can think of to ensure that what standards they follow, you know, during that part. If possible, audit reports. And then another thing is like have regular audits with them, regular audits, meetings with them, telephonically though, to ensure that, hey, are we on the right track? Are we in the right track? As I said, one thing, for example, let's say you have taken the software from them and your regulations, they're not doing the pen test, for example. Right? And ensuring that having favorable contractual language is also your due diligence. If you are under regulation, you must put this clause. Since we are under regulations, any stuff which makes us non-compliant, the fine will be borne by them. Then we won't bear the fines if regulators slaps us with the financial fine because of being non-compliant, and the action of being compliant lies with the third party. They must compensate you. Otherwise, the approach will be very lackadaisical. Not this year, next year, not this month, next month, and then your risk register will be increasing. So don't let that happen. That's fine. SLA again. I think this is something. It's a repeat. So what we talked about SLA, service level agreement. Everything must be measurable in this. And this is what we talked. Everything must be measured. Do not put qualitative stuff. The system should be highly available. It makes no sense. So put everything which you can measure, because SLA breach means what did you breach? You should be in a position to kind of measure that. Only then you can say it is breached or not. Slowness is like no one talks about that. When you talk to third party, ask them that how do you manage the slowness? It's like putting them on the spot and then see their reaction. Yeah. So, and what's SLM? Sorry, what is SLM? What are you asking for SLM? Service level measured. Is that measurements? No. Service level management. No, no. SLA. I don't know what is. I never heard of SLM actually. It's typically SLA that we talk about when you take third party. Yeah. SLR I can understand as internal requirements. So it's typically the typical SLAs which are with the third party. Anything which you are just kind of maintaining the service level agreement. There are internal service level agreement also, but generally we call them SLR, service level requirements. These are internal to the organizations. And based on the internal organization, internal SLR, you create SLA with the third party. Your internal system says my RTO is 30 minutes. That is SLR. As per the SLR, service level requirements, the business said its RTO is 30 minutes. And we are taking that system to the third party. You will say within SLA, your RTO will be. That's objectives. I heard of SLA. Even I never heard of it. So maybe it's a specific to a particular organization, but SLA is common. So folks, the role could differ from organization to organization. There's no generic role. I never heard of this role, service level manager. I don't know what you mean by that. It might be very specific to your organization, but that's not a very generic role, honestly. Okay. So remember, for service level, everything must be measurable.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. What is silicon root of trust? Okay. Let's understand this. What is silicon root of trust? Then this was the introduction. Now, when you here we go. Yes, SLA generic. Now, the silicon root of trust. It's a security mechanism where the foundation of trust is embedded directly into the hardware, the silicon, at the time of manufacturing. So how it works is that traditional security relies on software like BIOS or OS to protect itself. But if a hacker compromises the firmware before the OS even loads, the software cannot detect. So this silicon root of trust solves this by creating an immutable, which is unchangeable, digital fingerprints in the silicon chip. So what happens, the anchor was, what happens during the boot up, the hardware validates the firmware against this burn in fingerprints and then chain of trust. If the firmware matches, it is trusted to boot. That firmware then verifies that the next layer, the OS, creating a chain of trust, where every link is verified, the one below it. Where everything is verified, the one below. You can say. So, for example, between the factory, let's say the risk, between the factory and your data center, a sophisticated actor intercepts the shipment. They open the server and replace the buyer's chip with a malicious one. And this chip looks identical but contains a hidden or backdoor. And since this backdoor starts before the operating system, your antivirus and EDR will never see this. But with the help of the silicon root of trust solution, if those servers have silicon root of trust folks, like Google's Titan chip, the hard-coded identity, the server's main processor is designed to only execute code that is digitally signed by key physically fused into the silicon at the factory. So when you turn on the server, yeah, for the first time in your data center, the silicon chip wakes up first. It looks for the buyer's foundry. Because the hacker changed the buyer's code, the data signature no longer matches with the fingerprints inside the silicon. So the silicon chip detects mismatch and refuses to let the server boot. So the silicon root of trust provides hardware validated, boot system, or boot, you can say, ensuring the hardware software hands-off or handoff is untapped. That is silicon root of trust, foundation security. Okay. And the next thing, which I want to cover, then we'll take a pause. Yeah. And then a few things we can do maybe next time. Software bill of material. SBOM, folks, is a formal machine-enabled, inventory of all the components, libraries, and dependencies that make up a software application. So while the modern software is not written from scratch, these are sampled. Okay? They are sampled. If one of those, typically, this tiny software, let's say for example, famous Log4j library, has a vulnerability, you need to know exactly which of the applications are using it. So update it every time the software is updated. Now, for example, let's say emergency patch management. SBOM, emergency patch management. Imagine your company uses a popular financials accounting suite to manage all the corporate payroll and taxes. So the massive vulnerability, let's say like Log4j, is discovered in an obscure open source logging library. The news breaks at 4 p.m. just on Friday, and your CISO asks, are we vulnerable? Problem will be without SBOM. You check your server list. You see accounting suite version 4.2. You call the vendor, but they're overwhelmed with calls. You don't know if accounting suite uses that specific broken library or not. But with the solution, with SBOM, when you purchase the software, the vendor provided an SBOM in a format like, maybe something inventory. You load that SBOM file in your vulnerability scanner. The scanner instantly flags that accounting suite 4.2 contains open source logger version 1.2, etc. So within 10 minutes, you know exactly which server to take offline or firewall. You didn't have to wait for the vendor to call you back. You had the ingredient list already, or the software already in fact. So that's typical like software development. All the components along with the versions and the details given. So that you're just kind of self-sufficient, self-reliant. Okay. All right, folks. I think things are left. Okay, I'll take a pause here, folks, and open for question. And yeah, rest we can do later. I think nothing much is left. Third party, I think we talked about already big time. So, right. A few things left we'll talk about next time. I'll take a pause here, folks. Open for questions. So, question. Okay. Vicky wants to be unmuted. 1 minute. Let me. Yeah, these are shared, folks. These will be on your. So Vicky, where are you? On your LMS. Yeah. Yeah, Vicky, go ahead.
Hello, sir. Good evening.
Hi, Vicky.
Okay, so I do have a couple of questions today. So I'll start with a simple one. So in my organization, we have one issue register. Can we consider issue as a risk, or both are having a different meaning
So
altogether?
yeah. So what framework are you using in your organization? Because is there concept of trigger, issue, risk kind of thing? Is that something you're talking about?
So they are using just Prince 2 library for project management, and there they use the concept of issue register.
Mainly around DCP, DRP. We talked about what standards, what's policy, what's baseline, what's guidelines. And then we talked about BCP, DRP. We talked about metrics around RPOs, RTOs, MTD, WRT, mean time to failure, mean time to repair. Now, these were the stuff which is related mainly, and we also talked about what's the time that we need to have all these metrics available by, and who generally provides those. Those were the topics that we talked about yesterday. Today we'll go further, and then we'll talk about something called acceptable usage policy or acceptable use policy (AUP). Now, what happens is this AUP is a foundational administrative control. It's often referred to as the user policy or fair use policy. So AUP is a form of rejection. Yeah, that is risk. Is categorized basically. They can use this knowledge to identify. That's what we talk about.
talk in your microphone, your game, your Discord, your music, you name it, all for your streaming or recording needs in OBS in under 7 minutes. We're doing this entirely inside OBS. It works with any microphone, any Windows application. You don't need any expensive mixers despite what everyone else is telling you to buy, and you won't need any overcomplicated, confusing, or paywall digital mixers either. It's really important to first explain how audio and audio tracks inside OBS work as a base. If you don't confidently understand the next 2 minutes or so, you can't use the new feature at all without probably breaking your setup. I'd rather be told my videos are dragged out than break your shit, so let's do that and I'll prep my asshole for the comments. First, if you look at this OBS, it currently has no audio being captured. If I were to set this up in the most basic way possible, I go to settings, audio, add my microphone so my voice is being heard, and add my desktop capture so all the sound that I hear from my desktop is also recorded and streamed. This works for a beginner, but it does suck because your music, your game, your Discord, everything that you hear through your desktop is being captured in the exact same source, which makes it a pain to control the individual volume or levels, and you can't split them in the edit later. Now, if I go to my advanced audio properties down here in my levels, it shows I have 6 tracks. Everything should be ticked by default, meaning both my mic and my desktop are going to every single track. So it's all combined. Now, this is fine for track 1 because track 1 by default is what is sent to your stream. If you want your stream to hear something, add it to track 1. You can leave this as default, but if you did want to change the default stream track for whatever reason, you go to settings, output, switch to advanced, streaming, and you can change it here. But now that you've switched to advanced, you would need to fix all your other settings. So if you're using simple, let's just stick to simple. While we're in these settings, however, if you scroll down a bit, you'll see recording. I want you to make sure all 6 tracks are ticked. Any track that isn't ticked won't appear in the final recording. If you use it
Wandering aimlessly in a cold dark mist, I follow, walking in a dark world that's been kissed with sadness, without sunlight. Things are born to the dead of nightmares, soulless demons laughing in a sea of madness. Listen closely to the raven's call, praying hard for a world not to end. Try to find to make sense of it all. Will it be for the penance of men, or not for the call of the wild? Look out for a small wayward child, in fear as the dark raven grows. Look for guidance from the
leave this as default, but if you did want to change the default stream track for whatever reason, you go to settings, output, switch to advanced, streaming, and you can change it here. But now that you've switched to advanced, you would need to fix all your other settings. So if you're using simple, let's just stick to simple. While we're in these settings, however, if you scroll down a bit, you'll see recording. I want you to make sure all 6 tracks are ticked. Any track that is
As the raven again passes by, I can hear all the wake fathers cry that the firstborn of all men will die, that their lives will be taken from them. Face the danger, a battle of wills, strength and courage, a cure for all else. We believe in that death shall not kill, but others are ready to spill the hearts of all men since beginning of time, living with temptation, wanting and crying. I walk in the shadow of the valley of death, knowing I'll take my life.
isn't ticked won't appear in the final recording. If you use advanced, click the recording tab and you'll see something very similar very easily. If you can't change these audio track boxes, it means your recording format or quality doesn't support multi-track. I recommend using MKV if you know how to remix, or if you don't, use fragmented MP4. If it still doesn't work after changing that, then you'll need to change your quality so that it doesn't say same as stream. These 2 file types that I told you to use are crash-proof essentially, so if OBS closes unexpectedly or your PC shuts off randomly, they won't corrupt your footage. It'll just stop where it's at. With that done, we head back to our advanced audio properties and untick everything except of course our stream track, aka track 1, and then we're going to add our mic back in by clicking track 2 and desktop to track 3. Now our microphone is not just going to stream on track 1, but it's also isolated in the recording on track 2. And all desktop audio capture, so game, music, Discord, are going to the stream track 1, and they're isolated in the recording on track 3. Congratulations, you now understand audio tracks in OBS. With that, now let's use the new feature to split literally everything. I'm going to remove everything again and add just my microphone back, and then I'm going to add a new source, specifically an audio application capture source. I'm going to call this something like Chrome or Music, and then I'm going to click the drop down and select my Chrome window. As I play my lo-fi, it moves, and if I pause, it stops. Now,
The hearts of our man since beginning of time, living with temptation, wanting and crying. I walk in the shadow of the valley of death, knowing I'll take the last breath. Ask them the questions, doubt on the list. I cry for freedom, praying the day will
Привет, пацаны.
I can control my stream music or any audio coming from Chrome directly in OBS by dragging the bar here. And taking it further, if I go to advanced audio properties, find the correct source, I can set it to track 1 so all of my stream will hear it, but I'll also select another single track to isolate it for recording. Now, let's add our game. I'm going to open Stardew Valley. Now that I have it open, I'm going to add an audio app capture. I'll select Stardew from the dropdown, and if you look, it's now appearing in the levels, and it's on its own source. Again, go to advanced audio properties, send it to stream, of course, but also select another track with nothing else on it so it's isolated. We'll do this exact same process again for Discord, and now as you can see, we have 4 audio sources: game, Discord, music or Chrome, and most importantly, our microphone. All of these will go to stream, and all of these will also go to individual tracks. Now, we've created 3 major problems. First, if you switch games, you would need to edit this app capture every time. That sucks. But there is a very easy solution, which I'll cover in a second. Second problem, these are specific sources inside a specific scene, meaning if you want an audio source to be streamed or recorded in another scene, these captures need to be added to that scene. And if you don't add them, then it won't appear there at all. So copy and paste these audio sources over into whatever scenes you want them in, or put them all in a folder and copy that over. The other problem is any, let's say, Twitch sub or follower alerts that make sound might not be going out to viewers on stream anymore, because most people capture their alerts through a desktop capture like we used at the start by setting it to monitor only. So essentially, they're monitoring it, they can hear it, which means Twitch also hears it. If you're no longer using a desktop capture, you change any OBS audio, such as alerts, to monitor and output. That way, you hear it, but because it also outputs if it's on track 1, so does stream. And if you wanted the sound of the alerts to be available in your edit later, you can also isolate them to their own track. But what about the game switching issue? Well, OBS thought of that and added a great little tick box. So I'm going to delete Stardew Valley's audio app capture, double-click the game capture I am using to capture it, and tick this little capture audio button. I'll see that now Stardew is on its own audio track here in OBS again, but it's actually called game capture, or whatever the name of the capture source you're using is. I'll go back to advanced audio, I'll make sure it's on track 1, and I'll again make sure it's isolated on its own track for the edit. And now if I close Stardew Valley and open Peak and make that game capture Peak, it will instantly put Peak on its own track because I'm no longer capturing the application specifically, and instead I'm using the game capture to create a specific audio track for it. A little complicated, but also not really at all. Once I've done all of this, I want to make sure it's working, so I'm going to record for a little bit, and then I'm going to take that fragmented MP4 file that I recorded, drag it into any decent editing software. This time I'm using Premiere, and you'll see I have 6 tracks up here. If we go through them, track 1 has my mic, my music, or Chrome.
Life's just begun, forever within your darker thoughts, reflecting on everything you've been taught. Never felt this way before. Seems that somebody's just opened the door to the book of life. Or is it death? Is there ever any way out? Someone's looking down on me. To the very inner core of my soul, they won't tell me what they see. But I really want to know. I want to live my life on my own. I want to live the unturned stone. I want to walk right into the fire. I want to live out all my desires. I want to go and see the fire burn. I want to see and feel my world turn. I want to know what more there's to learn. I want to pass the point of no return. Do you really want to be just another one? Start tasting a feel that you really should aspire, that you really do deserve more. Do you ever really feel that you have so much potential inside? What you really have to give could be realized much more. I want to live my life on my own. I want to live the unturned stone. I want to walk right into the fire. I want to live out all my desires. I want to go and see the fire burn. I want to see and feel my world turn. I want to know what all there's to learn. I want to pass the point of no return. Time will come, and I will follow. Time will go, but I will follow. Time will go, and I will follow. Time will.
What we might do here is we might, since we had the game crashed, we might end the stream here for now. Fix up some of this audio stuff because I'm learning OBS, and then hopefully I don't get copyright strike. Let's see, thanks to Iron Maiden, love them. Check them out on Spotify, and in concert they're touring, I think, still, or they will be soon. Yeah, greatest band in the world, in my opinion. So peace out, and I'll see you probably in another hour or maybe hour and a half. But I'll be on a break for now. Cheers.